finally am live.
You're live now.
Yes, I am live
Okay.
live.
Love to laugh.
I have accepted thy squad invite.
Thank you, Rossabo.
No credit to you, only credit to Rosaba. Whew. I for some reason I felt like there was a lot of faffing about to get that started. Like I had to sort out parsec, I had to, load up the game, set the volume for the game, check Twitch settings, change the framing of my webcams because I moved it a bit for when I did the Yogoff thing. Like when I have it in OBS, I like cut, I cut it in a certain way. It'll sort of center me on screen. But by default, when it just shows the webcam base frame. Like I was like really far down on the screen, so then I had to adjust it. But that means then I had to adjust all the settings on Twitch and everything. So, OBS. So I had to mess with that as well. I think maybe I need to also increase the brightness a bit. It seems fine now, but maybe later when it gets darker, I might have to adjust.
Why?
So I'll do that now.
Hello, everyone. By the way.
Hello, hi.
How be do?
How be do?
How be do?
For those of you who don't know, how be do means how are you doing? That's what it means.
Yeah. How be do?
How be do? Thank you, Surveillance Burb. 18 months.
Burb.
We did it, man. They said it wasn't possible for Ascension Camera Bird to sub this long, but we did it. Turns out it was possible. Ascension's Camera Bird.
There's a cat that lives next door to Alex's parents, and Alex's mum really loves like bird watching, and she gets annoyed because the cat will scare the birds away. And she says sometimes the cat just sits there and like it's just watching, and she calls him Surveillance Cat, and it brings me a lot of amusement. Surveillance Bird reminds me of Surveillance Cat.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Sworn enemies.
Yeah. Do you have like a lot of animals like in the area around you, where you live? Like if you go outside, do you often see a bunch of animals? Obviously, I know you have your own, but like like in the wild or so on. Yeah, not well. To be fair, you probably would like quite a lot. So
I'd like to be like Snow White and go out and just birds surround me and deer come over.
Yeah.
But we see I've seen foxes. I know we get badgers, but sadly I know that because I saw a dead badger the other day. I've seen we get like woodpeckers and jays. I've heard the woodpecker, I've never seen it. I spent ages trying to find it, but I never got to see it. We get a lot of birds, mostly crows and pigeons and seagulls are the main contenders. I would love to live somewhere more countryside-y and get to see more animals, but we're quite like main road where we are, so. But one of my favorite times ever living here was when it snowed and I just happened to look out the window and there was a fox playing in the snow and it made me really happy, but I've not seen foxes since then. But
like just a bunch of them or just like a few?
No, just one, just having a lovely time, just jumping around.
Just chilling.
It was really sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I think the closest thing for me is like birds every now and then, I suppose. But not even that often, mostly. Like I live very much sort of in the middle of the city, right? So there's I'm not far from like cars and shops and stuff like all over. So I guess it's not a very animal friendly place to be in.
Do you not get the legendary malmoose?
No, I do not get a malmoose. That's not a thing.
Oh,
I'm afraid. Sometimes I see like cats. Like, so I live in an apartment building, and that is coupled right next to another, like another part of the apartment building, so to speak, like A and B.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I like leave, I go out from the like main little courtyard area before you go out into like more into the city, and sometimes there's like a cat or two there. I
Yeah.
think that is someone's cat who they're just letting chill outside for a bit, I guess. Because sometimes I swear to God, like it's waiting at the door, and I seem to remember once it just ran in when I opened the door. So like I assume it then does live in my stairway basically at some point.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah, and then sometimes like I like open the door to leave, and as I walk down the stairs to go outside, like I see the cat lying in the stair just looking at me. It's like, oh, hi, hello, you know. And so I assume someone in like owns a cat, which is a good sign, which means that like you can have pets here, or at least if you do, like who cares, you know?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I signed like the lease. I guess I don't know the contract or whatever for this place so long ago, but I don't remember being told you weren't allowed to have pets at least. So I know for a fact, like if someone has a dog, I've never heard it bark, so I know that much at least. So. But yeah, I don't really see any.
I'd be too scared to have a cat that was allowed outside. I'd get
Yeah,
too
me
worried.
too. Yeah, me too. I wouldn't. I just feel like it's too risky. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, cat. I'm sure you would like to go outside, but outside is scary. You're gonna stay inside. That's the deal, you know. So yeah, but yeah, I don't really see like a lot of animals. I guess it's just humans have sort of made a place that doesn't really want animals in it. You know, there's not really a lot of animal environment, so you don't really see a lot of it.
Do you get the same crows in Sweden that they do in Norway that have the little grey waistcoat?
I haven't really looked a lot at crows.
Oh,
I
that
would
was one of my
say
favorite things about Norway is just how dapper the crows are.
I would say that like they probably, speaking of birds, look, I'm a penguin subscribe, so that's cool.
You've had the burb, you've had the penguin.
Penguin, yeah, like there's a lot of avian subscribers today, so that's cool. I don't recall. I mean, maybe that's a specific Norway breed, the gray waistcoat crows. I feel like most of the time when I see like birds, they are either black or they're black and white.
Yeah.
But maybe I've just missed them. Maybe they are wearing gray waistcoats and I haven't seen them.
Limewood says yes.
Okay.
And Zerky says that Finland gets those crows as well. I just really like them. Our crows are like all black. So it was very amusing to me to see them wearing clothes.
Well, they're not actually wearing clothes, so
they put on their little waistcoats to go out.
Yeah, before they go to work every day. Yeah.
You get the working crows. We just have lazy crows over here.
Yeah, we have people who like put on their outfit and make themselves appropriate and ready for the day. Well, your guys just like lays about and just like, I guess I'm leaving. Yeah.
Oh, I want to go back over that way.
Yeah.
I love Scandinavia. It's so lovely.
It's a nice place to hang out in, I think.
It is.
I'm biased, obviously, since I do both live here and come from here. But it's pretty cool. Any other places you always really wanted to go to?
I mean, Sweden's always been like the highest on the list. I would quite like to go to Iceland. But
I hear
Iceland
I like
is
very
cold
beautiful.
Places.
Yeah, me too. Like pretty much every time I went on vacation when I was a kid, like when I went with family vacation, we always went to like your classic beach vacation areas, you know, like to Crete, to Mallorca, you know, Cyprus, like basically places where it's like, hey, we're gonna be near a beach. It's gonna be sun, and fun. More sun than fun, it turned out actually. But yeah. And that was like
we always went to the south of France. and I don't
Yeah.
do well in warm climates.
Yeah, to me it was like I guess, but mom and dad had to like tell me like you should get out and do something, and I just wanted to like read a book inside the hotel room or like just chill at the hotel pool or whatever. So like
Yeah.
yeah, but I think I would have maybe I wouldn't have because I haven't really been, but in retrospect, I think I would have really loved like a ski vacation, going to like a lodge where you can chill and have hot cocoa or hot chocolate. Why did people? Is that two different things, by the way? Hot cocoa and hot chocolate. It's basically used interchangeably, but you would
I think
imagine that
if
it
you
is
get
different.
cocoa for me is quite like hot chocolate. I think of as being pre-mixed, so it's already sweetened, whereas hot cocoa you sweeten yourself is quite bitter.
Ah, okay.
It's
Fair?
like pure cocoa powder, so you have to
Yeah.
sweeten it yourself.
I'll run with that from now on. That's good. In that case, I guess I mostly meant hot chocolate then.
Yeah, I
And
prefer
just like
hot chocolate.
be outside in the snow, like desperately trying to learn how to not fall over when you ski. Convince yourself that a snowboard is easier. Fall over a lot on that as well. Get cold and stuff. But I don't know. I like snow. I've always liked snow. And then once it's all
Yeah.
gone, you just go to chill in a nice lodge with like a roaring fire and just a cozy atmosphere. That just seems like I would have enjoyed that so much more. Seems more like adventurous and exciting rather than, all right, let's wake up and go to our, hotel buffet and then out and lie on the beach for 4 hours where you go
Yeah.
to like, yeah, I don't know. You're either
I
cold in the sea or hot on the beach. So
I did used to like occasionally when we were in France we would go to like there was a forest that we went to and I loved that. There was one
that's cool.
holiday, can't think where it was. A lot of the places we went to had like English names, but it's because obviously in France it would sound exotic if it was in because like to us Holiday Green doesn't sound like ooh fancy, but
yeah,
like to
but
us
it's
that
like
would be like
Lula de
Holiday Bear.
Bear,
We'd
and
be
you're like,
like,
oh my god,
ooh.
wow! It's literally how everyone always tells me, like, oh man, you have the most badass name. I don't even understand why you named yourself Ruthian because your name is already so badass. And I'm like, in Sweden, it's
like
not
John
badass.
Smith.
It's like John Smith as well. It's not quite that common, but like, yeah. And Marin Marin Marald, one of my mods, made a point yesterday that literally, like in Sweden, like the name Gun or Gunn or sometimes one N is a common first name. So, I could have had like an aunt or something called Gun Hellstrand, which, yeah, that sounds pretty cool, I guess, if you're American, but it's entirely normal in Sweden. It's just not a thing, but it's because it just is, yeah. And it's the same way, but you think like, and not you as in specifically, but the general you think stuff sounds exotic and strange and interesting and cool in other languages, but in their language, it's just the description of what it is. The longest city name ever, Lanfer Puelgogoch, etc. The really long one. That just means like, oh, the little place with the river next to where the green and the hill over there is, or something. It has such a mundane description. It's just, haha, it's long, and haha, it's Welsh. But the fact that it's so long is because it's basically just many words put together
Description.
in one. Yeah. Like
I saw this tweet yesterday that said the sluttiest thing a man can do is use your name mid-conversation. And everyone was replying like, oh my god, yeah. Like they're like them saying my name. That's like, ooh. And I was like, I hate when people say my name. Like, I would not like that at all. I would just be like, why'd you keep doing that? Stop it.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with that at all either. There's a good Michelin web sketch
Why,
about
what's the
that.
sluttiest thing you do?
Well, there's a good Michelin web sketch about that where Webb plays a guy who thinks he's a people person, who's very good at people.
Yeah.
So he does the thing where he just like touches you, looks into your eyes, repeats their name a lot, and so on. And Mitchell is like, "Oh, I see what's going on," and he just basically tears the entire idea down.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like, yes, that was made for comedy, but like that comes from somewhere. A lot of people, and you see this a lot when like you talk to like salesmen or people trying to get you to do something. They have been trained to do these things that's supposed to make them seem friendly, just makes them seem weird. Like if anyone ever calls you, tries to offer you something, they always love repeating your name so often. And it is annoying. It is unnatural.
Spoken to and
yeah, stuff. They're like, John, it's very good to see you, John. So, John, here's what I want. Like, I think that I don't. Do you watch a lot of TV shows, John? I'm thinking that like,
John, can I call you John?
Can I, John? Oh, it's fine, John. What's your favorite channel at the moment, John? You know, like they stick with that the entire time, and I'm like, shut up. Like, first of all, my name's not John, and second of all, you know.
I had that once with sometimes in our local shop, you get like charity people stood by the doorway. Yeah. I find it really stressful because I like to, I give to a lot of charities, but I like to sit at home, do it in my own time, figure it out. I don't like being accosted. And I got accosted by this guy and he was like, "What's your name?" Like, and he was doing the thing of like, "Oh, can I just check how old you are?" "Oh my gosh, no, I would have pegged you for like 22. And I was like, "No, you wouldn't. Shut up."
Yeah,
and then
shut up. That's so fake.
Yeah, and he did the thing about being like, "What's your secret? What's your secret?" And I was like, "I'm wearing a face mask. I cover half my face, and the rest is fringe. So that's the secret. You can't actually see me."
You see about 12% of my face at most. That's the secret. Yeah.
And then he like, I made the mistake of giving my real name and he kept using it, but I don't really like the sound of my name. So every time he used it, I was just like, I just want to leave. Can I?
Let's analyze that a bit, though. Why don't you like the sound of your name?
I just don't think it's a particularly pretty name.
Really?
So
okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying not to be biased by the fact that I know you and I think you're a lovely person, but I've always thought Briony is a really beautiful name. Like, I think it flows really well. The I that leads into O and with the high up at the end, the E. I always think it has a very nice auditorial, that's not a word, feel in general.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've always also thought that the R is a great vowel. I mean, you notice like that Rithian has like a lot of the similar. It's got the R from Br and I. It's like Ian rather than Io or Briony, but you know, like it's a similar. I've always thought like actually Briony and Rithian are kind of similar. To be honest,
I like the name Brithian, so maybe I should just start calling myself Brithian.
Yeah. Just call yourself Brithian instead of something. No, but I don't know. Like trying. Also, thank you very much, Juxcast, for the raid. But yeah, trying not to be biased by knowing a really cool Briony. I do think it's a cool name. So I don't know.
It's probably just because it's mine.
Because it's your name.
I therefore associate it with the panic of. I get a lot of panic before I have to say my name. So if someone says like, "Okay, so what's your name?" I then associate that with just anxiety.
Oh.
So basically, every time I've ever had to say my name, I've been anxious. I don't like it. So it's probably that.
So, but it is mostly your first name. It's not like your second name or something. Like
well, Turner's not like For me, for most people I know, they've always known me with that name. Whereas for me, that's only like.
That's only your recent name since you married that Alex guy, you know? That Turner fellow,
It made me giggle the other day because I was talking to Lewis and he was trying to reference my parents and he referred to them as Turner and I was just like, do you think
that's not my parents?
Our names?
I mean, to be fair, that's really convenient. That none of you have to actually change your name when you get married.
I have to do the paperwork.
Yeah. I read something about that earlier today, like people discussing the function of changing your name when you get married, and if you should or if you shouldn't, and so on. Not always been the case. Like, do it if you want to, I guess. But eventually, like, it does become a thing where, like, okay, like, you guys are now like a new family, and usually the way to like connect the family together is, oh yeah, the ones with that name, you know, the last name that they all share, mother, father, or mother, father, whatever, and the children, and they all sort of have the last name. So you see all the names in the same, you sort of match it. But I mean, that's not always the case. Like some people obviously do the hyphen thing. You get, you know, Briony Turner Smith or whatever, you know, like because you divorce Alex and marry another Alex who's named Smith now, so that's you become Briony Turner Smith. Well, no, because then you wouldn't have Turner. You'd have to go back to your original last name. Yeah, it's a whole complicated thing. But yeah, like the hyphen thing, right? And then usually like either the woman, because it's usually the woman, but not always, but usually the woman might add their husband's name to the end of the name or before the name or whatever, like at the end. And then sometimes the children then takes after like both, so they become Turner Smith, the children or whatever. But it could not be. It could be that the mom and dad keep their names. There's Joe Turner and Jane Smith, but their kids is Bob Turner Smith and Alice Turner Smith. It could be, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Someone I went to uni with, they came up with just that. When they got married, they
made a new name.
Chose a surname and they changed it to that. I think it's like Powers or something. It was like a good strong name that they changed it to.
Nice. They're like, together, aside we were strong, but together we are the Powers. And they're like, yeah. Yeah, that could go.
Only really saw when they popped up on my Facebook, and I was like, who is this person that I'm friends with? I was like, oh, okay,
and they're like,
that's cool.
I see. He's they both changed their name. All right, cool. Yeah, Penguin says the same thing. His cousin, the cousin and his wife didn't like either of the last names, so they made up a new one. That works. Yeah, this is the thing. You are allowed to change your name. I think there's not even are there any requirements for changing your name, or can you change your name whenever you want? Like I can't remember if there needs to be something. Yeah.
No.
Because I mean, some people change their name if they transition into a different gender or something, they want to change their name, and some people want to change their name if they kind of want to disassociate from their family for whatever reason, or so on. And I wondered, like, do you need to provide like a motivation or anything? I assume it's different in different countries. I know Nilesy changed his last name like just for fun, because apparently it's very easy to do in Scotland. And his legal name right now is different than the one he has. Because ages ago, he just like, lol, I'm going to change it to that. And he did, you know? Well, I think there was more to it than just lol. But yeah, like he did change his name at the time. And I've always thought of that like, okay, so anyone has the power of changing. Well, not anyone, but like most people have the power to change the name if they want to. And I wonder how much it costs. And I wonder like, if anyone really truly dislikes the name so much, obviously there can be many different reasons for disliking your name. You might have like, you know, emotional connections to it that you don't want. You want to make a clean break or whatever. But what if you just really don't like your name? Like I like my name, but I've always wished that my name was a more neutral name. Like it's very Swedish, which means that a lot of people have a hard time pronouncing it decently in English and so on.
Wacky.
Right? Yeah, you get Silas who thinks I'm Spanish. Yeah, exactly. So I always like, you know, literally if I had my brother's name, Patrick, like, you know, that would be fine. But yeah. So I always think like, man, I should. To be honest, I could just start going with my middle name if I wanted to, I guess, which is a lot easier. But all in all, like, you could just go and decide to change your name. But I suppose then you will run into, like, I don't know, part of the problems with having people start being able to call you that, like, that does take practice. Like, I imagine people who transition to be different gender, etc., and change their identity, they always have problems with that. Like, you know, people who either they do it to be mean, or they just have a problem remembering to still name you by your dead name or your older name or whatever. And I imagine you'd have the same problems, which probably wouldn't feel as bad if you just changed your name kind of on a whim. You just have to like, hey, whatever, because this might not be like any bad associations with the name. There still would be if I just came along and told people, guys, from now on my name is David, and then everyone would probably take a while for people to start calling me David.
Or the Brits would be like, that's really boring, and all the Swedish people would be like, wow, such an exotic name. Wow, what is this, David?
No, trust me, David is very Swedish as well, but that's part of why it works. Yeah.
Teal says in the Netherlands it's expensive to change your name, but there's a clause for transgender people, so you only have to pay administrative costs, which is significantly cheaper. So that's good.
That is well, is it good though? Isn't it better if it was easier for everyone?
That is true, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, yes,
horrible.
it's good. Yeah, in fact, it's bad. No, but like, yes, it's good that transgender people, because I would argue that most transgender people have more of a need for it. Like, because speaking as a run-of-the-mill, boring, straight white cis male here, I'm going to speak with great authority on the subject. But yeah, I can imagine that for them it's a huge deal. Like their new identity, then their new gender identity, then the new person they feel like it's important for them that they have a different name, because they feel like the other name just wasn't right for them, basically. And I think that is probably important for them. While for me, if I was just like, I don't like my name, I want an easier name. Like, yeah, that's kind of more flippant in a way. It's just like, I just don't feel like it. But on the other hand, who cares? Is it important that I have a very good reason for changing my name? Is it so bad if I just wanted to?
Changing it to anything like blatantly offensive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are rules for what to name your kid, right? It's only millionaires like Elon Musk that are allowed to name them XAE12 or whatever. Which is bullshit anyway, because they still call him Adam, I think. So it's the dumbest thing, honestly.
I swear there was one case in America where someone wanted to name their child like, it's a little girl, and they wanted to call her like Louise White Supremacy Smith. And
Jesus
they were
Christ.
like, why can't we call our child this? And it's like, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I just remember like seeing it pop up on the news and just being like, no.
Yeah, you see that every now and then. Often from Florida, which isn't necessarily because there are so many weird people in Florida.
Boba.
Yeah, Boba. It's because Florida has a law of like freedom for information thing, which means that in a lot of other places in America and the rest of the world, stuff like that doesn't get out because it's like prohibited by law for a lot of things.
Yeah.
Where I am paraphrasing and probably mixing up details, but in Florida, all of that stuff is public knowledge. So it's very easy to see tons of weird news stories, and it's always in Florida. But really, there's tons of weird news stories all over the place. You just don't see them anywhere near as often because it's in Florida. It's open and people can find out, you know?
Oh, is that why you get so many of the like Florida Man?
Florida Man, exactly, yeah. The Florida Man idea is that like people think like, man, people in Florida are weird, and I mean, yeah, they are. We've all met Boba, but the point is that beyond just Boba, there are probably the similar level of weirdness in Florida in most American states, and to a larger degree, most places in the world. Is you find out a lot more of it in Florida because of the way the law of free information or whatever, how that works there. So I always thought it was kind of interesting, because it would have been weird if there was one state in particular that just had so much weirdness going on. That would be strange. You know?
Yeah. It just seems like Florida gets its own brand of weirdness, though. Like it's so
maybe
difficult to make up. I feel like it just has its own, special flavor.
I guess, yeah.
Then again, obviously, I've never been, and my views are very distorted by
random things you've read. Yeah,
a vast majority of people who just get on with their days.
Yeah,
in a standard fashion.
I always thought, like, I don't know. Like, you hear weird stories, and it's hard not to just draw conclusions about that. But the reason you hear weird stories is because it stood out, you know? That's the entire point. Like, it's like the whole hashtag Swedengate all over again, you know? Like, people hear, like, a story of one person who didn't get to eat when he was visiting his friends. And suddenly everyone is like, do you know, in Sweden,
you know they don't have
you
dinner
refuse,
in
they
Sweden?
don't feed people in Sweden? And it's like, come on, like, what the hell? Yeah. It's just people, but that's humans, right? Humans like making patterns. And sometimes all it takes is apparently 1 point, or like there were like 2 or 3 people that responded to that tweet and said the same thing, similar stories, and you know, and they're like, aha, that must mean all of Sweden is like that.
Yeah, checks out. Maths checks
out. Math checks out. 10 million people are the same as these 2 families.
But it comes back round to, you know, the slutty man thing.
Yeah.
Not everyone is gonna be the same.
Yeah.
Although there was a reply to that
slutty
tweet.
man, is that like what, dirty talk or whatever? Like, is that slutty? I mean, what's
I think that's just Twitter speak for something. I don't really it's too young for me.
It's too young
there
for me
was a reply to it that had
Yeah.
a picture of a man rolling his sleeves up, and they were like, no, this is the sluttiest thing a man could do. And that one I was like,
okay,
no, that is
sluttiest. It sounds like they just mean sexiest.
Yeah, I think that is Twitter speak.
But that's a different thing.
Is anyone a youth? Can they confirm or deny?
Any youths? Any youths around?
People?
Any youngs?
Please translate
Any youngs?
the internet.
Hello? Yeah. 2 old people are trying to understand. No, but like from all of your description, it sounds like they just mean the sexiest thing they can do. Which, I mean, apparently it's calling your name or rolling up your sleeves, or I don't know. Whatever.
I also saw a thing that said if they recognize Luke from Gilmore Girls, that means that they're a slut. So if any of you watch Gilmore Girls out there,
I feel like people are starting. That's not what a slut means.
Twitter makes the rules now.
Yeah, apparently
we just obey
Twitter.
them.
A slut is someone sexually promiscuous. That's the definition of slut. So someone being slutty would be they sleep around a lot, I guess, you know, or like they wear very revealing clothing.
Luke?
But apparently, if you recognize one character from a TV show, aha, slut. What? I am mad at the youth today. Shakes fist angrily. That makes no. I don't know, man. I don't think that's good. Like if this entire conversation, if they'd replaced the word slutty at that point with sexy, I would have understood all of it. Like, they think it's sexy when they call it. Oh, I think it's sexy when they roll up a sleeve. Oh, I think it's sexy when they recognize the character because that means they're into the same stuff I am into, and therefore blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But slut? What? That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Is it like maybe it's like a reclaiming thing? Because obviously a lot of the times, like slutty has been used as a
negative.
So maybe it's just trying to take it back.
That feels like it's going to lead to more confusion in the short term, at least.
It's
but
like
then again, like a lot of people sort of, well, not a lot of people, but there are people who sort of happily declare themselves sluts, you know? And
I got linked
today
to a
is
sticker.
A lot. Yeah.
I got linked to a sticker that said, "I'm a slut for worm on a string."
Okay.
I don't know what to make of that.
see, that's what I think is going too far, because I think the word slut should be limited to sexual intentions, right? I think at a point where you start throwing off, oh, I'm a slut for ice cream. No, okay, you know you're not. You really like ice cream. That doesn't mean you're being a slut for ice cream is something very different, I think. It should be, at least, you know? People just throw out the word slut as like, oh, I'm a big fan. Like, oh yeah, big fan. Like, no, that's a very different thing. I don't know.
I guess
and that's not me. I'd like to think,
when people say like, oh, this ice cream's like crack, and you're like, well, it's not really, but it's a good thing that it's not. It's just really nice.
Yeah. But I agreed. Though I could understand that more, because crack is something you consume that is really good and you want a lot. So making the comparison like, oh, this is like crack, is like, yeah, okay, you're obviously exaggerating and it's way better, but I sort of get where it's coming from. But saying you're a slut for something, to me, like, and this isn't necessarily, although often it is, me being like a prude or like disapproving of everyone being horny on Maine these days. But but I just think the words mean something, and we should keep the meaning words because it's useful. If we start throwing around the word slut for everything that is like you like it now, we'll lose what it means to be like a slut, or like what being a slut means, because it will have no effect anymore. I'm a slut purist. Exactly. I think it's important that the world stay what it is.
I was very angry when they made literally not mean literally anymore. I was like, this is why we have two
Yes.
separate words.
Yeah.
Figuratively and literally mean two different things. We don't
They're
need
two different things
words
that we
for the
can't
same
use.
thing now.
Yeah. Like it's dumb. People say I'm literally tied up. I can't go anywhere. Like no, if you're not literally tied up, you're not literally tied up.
Literally died.
I literally died when he said, "No, you didn't." It's supposed to mean the exact opposite. Like the reason you're using the word literally is when you want to emphasize that, like, no, I wasn't just tied up. I was literally tied up. You know, like, oh, so you were actually, there are ropes around you, you know, like, yeah, or like, I literally couldn't move. Does that mean, oh, you didn't feel like moving? No, I mean, I couldn't because I, or whatever. Like, that's the point of literally. And people are starting to use it as the opposite, which is like you're destroying language. And it's,
you're destroying
I don't know.
our perfect language that we English have.
Perfect. More like perfectly bad. Got him. No, like it's, yeah, obviously there's issues. But just because there's issues doesn't mean it needs to be made worse, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I'm a slut for correct grammar.
My God. I feel like, because the thing is, like, slut has a very specific meaning and has a point, right? And so if you start diluting it basically to just be a big fan of something, we will eventually need to have a new word for it. And so we'll I mean, but that, again, that's basically just a nicer way of saying slut, or an old-fashioned way of saying slut. We'll eventually need a new word for it, and then just means we're back to where we started, and gradually language will become, like, I get it, this is how languages evolve, I suppose, and gradually it becomes a thing. You're like, oh, that word has changed in meaning to mean this, and therefore our new word is invented which means that, or whatever. And then one day when people have decided that the new word for slut is, I don't know, I can't even think of a word that I might accidentally not say something bad. Let's call it a Marzi or something, just whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you. I cannot help but dance every time I hear that little thing. Thank you very much, Dark Legions, for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you have a new word, and then people will start using like that to mean what slut used to mean, then gradually, because they do the same thing now, they're gonna start using that word for being big fan, and then it's gonna just chain around, and it's gonna be, I don't know. I think that language has a point in that it works a certain way, and it should be used that way. I believe in an evolving language, of course, but I feel like there should be reasons for the word evolving, rather than just them deciding, like, the word slut is fun, I'm gonna say that I'm a slut for this TV show. Like, what? No, that's not how it works.
I mean, I like language changing all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's not. I do like it when words are successfully reclaimed as well. And
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Well, so, I mean, okay, so I am all for. I think. Yeah, sorry,
there are some
I've
words
talked
I
too
don't
much.
like when people started saying "peng." I didn't like that.
What does that mean?
It was just like when I was at school, you'd say that someone was like well fit. That was, you know, they are an attractive person. Okay. But now, like, for a brief moment, people would say "peng," like, "Oh, he's well peng." It's like, I don't like that. I don't know where it came from. I don't think people say it anymore. Are there any youths in chat? Can you tell us how you would describe an attractive?
Yeah, an attractive. Yeah.
One in brackets, one attractive.
One
would
attractive,
you say that they See, Rob Eagle is a young'un, and he hates peng as well. So maybe it's just a universal hate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think part of it is that always, like, new generations will want to sort of have their own way of speaking, right? To distinguish themselves from them. And I think that is natural. I think they want to express themselves a certain way and feel different than the generation above. And I think that's probably fine. And new words are and nicknames and stuff. Yeah, that's fine. You know, no cap, lit, fleek. You know, bet, whatever. Like, you know,
I
zoomers.
get that
and-
a lot when like new
Yeah.
language starts forming, and I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
Yeah,
And
true.
I'm like, I remember there was a time when I posted, one of the very rare times that I posted a selfie, and this was like
Yeah.
7 years ago, and someone responded to it with the 100 emoji, and I was like, am I being insulted? What is, why would you, why?
Why? 100 what?
And I
100
had
what?
to Google it. I was like,
What does
am I
100
being
emote
mocked
mean?
here? What is this?
Yeah.
Like, I still don't really know what based means. So
Based
I see
is
people use that, and I'm just like, okay.
yeah. But I had to understand. I went on a long journey to understand based as well, right? So
I feel like Yogscast should provide classes with Sarah. Sarah can teach us
yes,
how
she's a
to
youth.
understand the
Yeah,
internet.
she's a TikTok youth. She can teach us.
Yeah.
Get all the Yogscast boomers in a room, and then Sarah can just like stand at the front and like tell us what phrases mean.
Yeah.
Based was originally an insult referring to free-based, as in high on drugs, basically. And then eventually someone, I think it was a young rapper or an artist or something, basically decided to reclaim the word based, like the short base, for being basically telling the truth, like being correct and being true to themselves and being real. And it's been reused for that for a long time now. So when something is based, I always be based on what? based how? But it's
based on
basically
the original literature.
yeah. So when someone is based, that means they're like, yes, true, correct, that's real, telling the truth, that sort of thing.
Okay.
That's what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huey makes a point that Sarah's American, so we'd need Harry to do the supplementary class for English-specific things.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, but I feel like I don't know. Like I feel like Harry is very Twitch based. You know, like I don't know how into TikTok he is, but he knows all the Twitch memes though. Like he's the Twitch meme man.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Is Harry still within that range? I don't know, man. I remember I met Harry when he was like 16. And I don't know how old is. Yeah, he was very young at the time. And now he's an old man. Which means I'm even older. Oh dear.
What is the sheesh thing? There was that with Xenophyte. It was a Xenophyte made the video of everyone saying sheesh, and I still don't know what that was about.
No, I don't. But that's probably a random meme that like for some reason, you know, the whole I lied, I don't even like sex thing. You did one, right? And when we had a discussion about that, but it's one of those things where like I don't see how it got this far. Like I think it's a pretty good tweet. Like I think I thumbs it up when G made it the first time.
Yeah.
But then for some reason, like Simon reading it out got people really into it, and they're like, "Oh, this is really funny." And then now we're redoing it again, and I'm like, "Oh, I don't get it." Like, yeah, it's pretty funny, but why do we all have to have 50 different versions of it? But I do sort of get it. Like, I do get like the idea of them, like everyone eventually telling them, "Here's my weird niche interest," you know? Like, it's kind of.
I think that's just how TikTok works, isn't it? You get like trending audio. And
everyone does a version of it.
Yeah, you do. It's like you get given a class assignment for the meme of the week, and you go away and you make your one, and you show everyone.
Yeah, that's how you become popular on TikTok, you know. And if you are in like a niche, like if you're a Dungeons and Dragons TikToker, right? You take an existing thing and you tweak it slightly to be more Dungeons and Dragons related or whatever, and then haha, that's your new thing. That's your meme, you know. But that's basically just memes in video form, rather than
Where did Pog come from? Was that the Pog camp thing? Yes. Someone won a thing. Someone won a Pog. The Pogs championship?
No. No.
Do people still play Pogs?
So the guy who is / was the original Pog champ mode. Now it's a snake. But it was a guy
He was a bit of a
who,
stinky butt, wasn't he? So they changed.
yeah. Like he turns out to not to be a very cool dude, so they get rid of it.
He's
But
not
originally,
Pog, ironically.
ironically, he's not Pug. Yeah. But like he was, like someone were like flipping around a necktie, and it flipped and it landed properly, and he made that face, and then that become such an excitement emote, and he was in some way actually related to Pogs, actual Pogs, the Pogging thing. In fact, he was some sort of champion in Pogs. Hence, PogChamp was the name of the
grandfather
emote.
was Reginald Pog, the inventor of Pogs.
But he wasn't. There was something, I don't remember the details, but he was in some way like he played Pogs or did something with Pogs. Maybe it was a game with Pogs or something.
Round disc, don't you?
I do mean
Like,
the little round
I am thinking
disc.
of the same from my childhood. They are
Yes.
still somehow relevant.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
in a very weird way, yes. But a lot of people think that Pog came from play of game. This is something good, but no, it isn't. It has to do with those little things, the actual Pogs.
I used to have a Pog maker. I would make my own Pog.
Oh, really? Damn. I
I'm pretty cool.
remember when Pogs happened.
Yeah.
My brother got into it. I was, and again, it's one of those times where I'm just slightly too old to get into it because I was like 2 years older than him, and they played it a bit and had a collection and so on, and I was like, that's neat, I guess, but they went away so quickly. Anyway, point being, so then like because he was the Pog champ, he was champion, that became the thing, and then eventually, like many emotes, it evolved beyond the person. Like you still have Total Biscuit's face laughing for Lul, like that's not. It's a good memory for him because he thought it was funny, but like it's just a thing, right? And so ultimately, PogChamp became a thing, and then variations of it, like just Pog or Poggers or Coggers, like as always in Twitch, emotes change, right? And then turns out the guy was kind of an asshole, kind of a bad person. So then for a while they changed. So because by the time that happened, everyone on Twitch, this happens a lot. Everyone has their own variations of an existing Twitch emote. Like everyone has everyone has a Lul, everyone has a PogChamp, etc. So for a while they did like a bunch of famous streamers each day got to be the new global PogChamp, right?
The face of Pog.
The face of Pog, yeah. Until eventually Hype Lizard or whatever the original name of that thing was. Hype Cobra, I can't remember the name. It originally had a different name, that little snake. Eventually became the new PogChamp, which I like it. I think it's cool. And so there's PogChamp, and that's where PogChamp came from.
That is Pog.
So that is Pog, yeah. So certain things I learn, but often I have to research them, right? Because I get so confused why they are, and I don't feel happy just leaving it as a mystery. So I get through it. Like I'm on Know Your Meme all the time because I see like a new meme happening. It's like, what is? Why is this funny? Why are they doing that? Why is it a thing?
Kekwa. How do you say it? The
Kekwa,
the guy who's like, ah!
Yeah. So that is a funny video in general of a dude telling stories and being funny, and he laughs really funny, and he doesn't have all his teeth or whatever. Kek is originally from World of Warcraft. If you were on a Lion side or the Horde side and you tried to speak with each other, it came out in a weird language. That language was sort of a cipher, right? Like letters changed to something else. So if you were a Lion and an orc typed lol at you, it came out as Kek. So Kek means lol. And an emote with W at the end is a very close up on their face in a square. Like there used to be more W's around. Just like something W, and it's like a square close up of their face. So this is Kek, but Kek W, as in a close up on the face.
I feel like I'm learning a lot, but nothing that I can ever use.
Nothing useful. You're learning useless stuff. Because I originally learned all of this useless stuff. You know, that's It's a chain. And also, if anyone in chat didn't know, now you know. I'm teaching
There
you
you
weird
go.
stuff that I had to Google and learn.
I feel like it
and
must be
stuff.
good for your brain to learn stuff, even if it's useless stuff. I feel like it's
Yeah.
like doing exercise for your muscles.
I
But
think
the brain
so.
is also a muscle.
Being even if it's garbage stuff, like just being engaged by taking in new knowledge and learning and understanding more about the world around you, even if it's pointless stuff, has to be good. Surely, I think.
Yeah. Hold for an hour already. Oh my god.
Well, 50 minutes, so we still have 10 minutes until the 1 hour mark. But yeah, we have gone for a while. It's because we haven't done these streams in a while, and this is just such a perfect time of
It's been
chatting.
like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Damn.
It's been
3 weeks since he looked at me.
Lying
Oh
stuff.
god. You remember what we do in the shadows? When you've seen all of it, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Nandor is trying to become a human. And they go, "You're not human." "Oh yeah? Well, how about this? It's been 1 week since you looked at me, cocked your head and said that you're sorry." It's like, I know the whole fucking thing. That's proof of him being human. He knows the song. Oh man.
Oh. I do love, like, my favorite quote from What We Do in the Shadows is not one I can quote on stream.
Nice.
I repeated it so much for so long.
Despite it being a non-streamable quote, I see.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to type it to me so that I know which one you're talking about.
I wonder if I can.
Can you bleep it, maybe?
Um.
Or change it to euphemisms?
I could say. I'll say hussy instead of the word.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that works.
It's when what's her name? Is it Nadia?
Nadia,
and who's Matt Berry's character?
Laszlo.
Yeah, she's asking him to do something because obviously he's British and he won't do it, and she's just like, "Has America turned you into a big wet hussy?" I love it so much. And I just, every time I asked Alex to do something, I would just oh
God,
that's
show's
obviously
so
not
good.
a direct quote.
No, yeah.
She's my
I
favorite.
imagine the word hussy has a different letter in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's such a good show. I think it's hilarious. Yeah.
Oh
man, it's great.
It was good that, like, because the film's really good, and I feel like the first series was just trying to copy the film a bit too much, but then it found its own feet and did its own thing, much in the same way that, like, the American Office started off just being a bit of a copy of the British one, and that was a bit meh, but then when it found itself, that was it at its best.
Yeah, I can see that.
James Spader was in The Office. I've just got to the James Spader episode.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It kind of. I feel like it kind of goes off the rails at one point, that show, but
yeah,
it's fine, I guess. But...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I really thought the movie was really good. And it's true that in the beginning of the show, it had more of a movie style to it before they eventually found the feet. That said, though, like I think the show was like great from the beginning. I thought it really had fantastic humor because I didn't mind more of the movie's type of humor, even though it eventually evolved to become its own thing. I thought it was really cool, you know. It's a good show. It's a lot of good shows. A lot of good shows going on.
Do you find that... I don't know if this is a bad point to make. Sometimes I just find things that are actors from New Zealand really funny just because I like the accent so much. And obviously, like, Flight of the Conchords is really funny, and Taika Waititi is really funny, and all of their stuff does it. But then there's times when I'm just like, am I just laughing at that line because I like the way they said it?
I mean, I don't
there
think
are just some accents that make things funnier.
Yeah, I agree. It's fun when they say dick and they say Brit. That's funny. That is just funny. But I don't think that's a bad thing to say. Though I can see how they would be a little bit annoyed, like, oh, we're just funny because who we are. You know, you're laughing at the way we sound. But if they're comedians, that's probably good, right? You know, so
Yeah.
I think there's a certain charm and feel to New Zealand and a little bit Australian, maybe, actors and acting in their comedy. But maybe that's limited for me to see, because really have I seen a ton of New Zealand comedy? Probably not. I've basically
Maybe
mostly
there's
just
a New
seen Fight of the
Zealand
Concord and that
Taskmaster.
stuff. I've heard they're
wanna
good.
watch-
I've heard they're good. That's a good version of Taskmaster. Along with some of the other ones.
I watched an interview recently with Taika Waititi and what's his name? He
Jermaine?
plays No, it's the boss, the manager in Flight of the Conchords, Murray.
Oh, I know him, but I don't know his name. Yeah.
It was an interview that they did together, but they had to interview each other, and the one who was answering questions had to have the Rhys Darby. That's the one. They had a lie detector on, and it is really funny. It's really sweet, the two of them together.
Yeah. No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
I love them.
We should probably play a game, Briony.
Yeah, should we play the game?
We should maybe play a game. Yeah, we're a bit we're a bit into this. So
I watched the first episode of My Flag Means Death, but I've not seen any more. But I'd like to watch more.
we watched the first two on Discord. I thought it was okay. Some good bits, but it didn't really grab me enough to like set out to watch the rest of it. Duncan watched the rest of it, and he said like he likes it a lot, but he can't really truly say it's a good or great show. But he kind of just liked it.
That was I think because I allowed Twitter to hype it up for me a bit, and then when I saw the first episode, but then I don't ever think anything should be judged on its first episode, because there's a lot of world building and character introductions, and so
you
I
have
would
to.
like
First episode is basically set up to let people understand. Yeah,
it's difficult to I hated Breaking Bad for like the first 7 episodes, and then really got into it afterwards.
Yeah,
so I think some things are worth sticking
Breaking
with.
Bad. Okay, well, this is actually kind of a lie, because a lot of people say this, and I was going to say that the Breaking Bad starts slow. It doesn't really. Like, literally in the first episodes is out making drugs, shooting people, and you know, it happens pretty quickly.
I think it starts as a different genre. It's like they wanted to be a bit of a, I don't know, like a goofy comedy or something when they first started out. It's very different in tone to the rest.
Yeah, a little bit. But I think that was very much also intentional of it starting, because I think also they knew who they hired for the role. Like, at the time, Bryan Cranston, he was the Malcolm in the Middle guy, you know? Like, he was the one that was there. And they wanted to, like, haha, sort of, lol, chemistry teacher, what if drugs, lol? And then the intention was from the very beginning to like, okay, well, how about we take this to the logical extreme and actually turn him into, like, a true villain in that regard.
Yeah.
But
You might have to do all the clicking because my mouse has just died.
Oh my god. How long are you just gonna accept that? Oh yeah, sometimes my mouse dies. Can you not fix it?
Well, I'm borrowing Alex's wireless mouse, but I
Yeah.
charged the batteries fully and they've already died.
Oh dear.
It's not turning on. So I also just can't end the stream ever, which is
All
a
right.
bit of a
So
problem.
24-hour stream happening. Lovely.
Yeah. Is the subathon to
Marathon.
buy me a new mouse until the mouse arrives and then I can end the stream? I can't order the mouse is the problem. I
No,
can do it
damn.
on my phone, I guess.
True. Yeah. Wait, maybe you
will
can
get
end the stream on your phone. I think you can log into Twitch on your phone. Because you can Twitch stream.
I guess if I did just like hard restart. my
Didn't you?
computer,
Okay, I
OBS
remember
would
you
end.
saying when you started streaming, you had chat on your phone. Because you only
I
had
did,
one
I only
monitor.
had one monitor.
Yeah. So I think you can. I think you'll be able to.
But it was fine because it was
Also,
just
you can
in
use a
chat,
controller.
so-
You can use a controller for this, by the way. Or I mean, I'll have to enable you to use controllers, but
I did, I only had one monitor.
I think you can. I think you'll be able to.
But it was fine because it was just you in chat, so-
enable you to use controllers, but Also, you actually weren't unable to use keyboard and mouse anyway, so maybe now it will work.
Wait, if I don't think I'm. Oh wait, I can use Alt Tab onto the right window, and then can I? No, I can't use the arrow key.
No,
wait,
can you?
I guess if
WASD it? Can you WASD it?
OBS and Alt
Yeah.
F4, would that end the stream?
I think so. It'll probably show up like, would you like to quit?
I can do it.
Yeah. You could WASD it, I think, on Great Ace Attorney.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And if you have a controller, that should in theory work. I have my controller, but yours should work too, I think.
Am I doing continue?
Yeah. Okay.
Weren't we about to just get to the very end?
Yes,
of,
we are. We've been slowly working our way through this
investigation.
case, but we are literally like hitting towards, because I think we're just going to go to the workshop, finish a bunch of stuff here, and then the final bit of the trial will start. So, hey, we officially hit 60 minutes before we started. Like a full-on 1 hour chat. That is among the longest. And still, we're not doing a podcast. We're still not doing it. Jeez. I just keep feeling like I should start talking to people and sending stuff to Briony, but then I never do. So you might have to do something as well, because clearly me solo isn't making things happen. So we might need to team up to make it happen.
Cesaro streams on Twitch now. He streams League of Legends. This is another tangent, but
Yeah. Sorry, we made 10 seconds of game before we're going into tangents again. But here we go. Yeah. He
I just didn't peg him for like a League of Legends streamer. I don't know why.
He used to be on. Do you know Up Up Down Down?
No.
Save.
Oh, is that why he has that on his sleeve?
Yeah. Xavier Woods had a gaming channel, or Austin Creed as it was called at the time. Had a gaming channel where he invited he and a bunch of other wrestlers did gaming stuff. At one point he and Kenny Omega had like a big rivalry over Street Fighter and stuff. So then when it came to some big con or whatever, Xavier brought along Kofi and Big E, and Kenny Omega brought along the Bucks, and they had a big old 3v3 tournament thing going on for Street Fighter. I think it was. It might have been Tekken, but I think it was Street Fighter. Yeah, it was probably Street Fighter 4. And Cesaro used to be part of that. Adam Cole used to be part of that. Bebe. A lot of people used to be part of that, doing gaming stuff, and Cesaro always thought it was really fun. And he talked a lot about games of that. He played a lot of Clash Royale, I think, or maybe Clash of Clans, I can't remember, for mobile when he was traveling around, and a lot of League of Legends. He always talked about League of Legends. So yeah.
Maybe
Samoa Joe used to stream in game as well. Samoa Joe's also a voice actor, by the way. He's done voicing for a couple of games. It's cool. It's cool to see them branch out, and that used to be a part of the thing. Mouse is working.
My mouse is working. It's flashing, which I'm guessing it's died.
Okay. Oh, dear.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Let's go. Then we enter the workshop, and then that looks like.
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
So you got it then? Oh, what's his name? I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, me too. Chat, do you remember his name?
It's named after Gregson.
Is it Toby?
Is he called Toby?
It's probably Toby then. Yeah.
Gina, well done for finding this. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. Is Toby here as the miracle worker?
Wow!
Woof.
I like it. Toby. Woof. I like it.
Kirsty sensed there was a doggo.
Why is he closing his eyes?
Show up before long. Oh yeah, is he
pretending
pain?
he didn't see us? Is he allergic to the thing? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow.
Yeah.
He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
Oh, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. Hold on, Sunshine. I didn't say you couldn't investigate. No, okay. No.
According to what Gina tells me, we've only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance.
And you, Sholmes?
Pardon?
They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers.
Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork bubble. How does he do that with his eyes? It's scary. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Let's get investigating. First of all, the quiver in the bottom right stands out to me. Like, that'll be where they shot the thing to shoot down the thing, probably. Balloon. This is... It's a European-style quiver. European style? What makes a European style? Huh. With steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these? And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, the old scam.
The details of the crossbow has been updated. Alright, what else? I mean, the trophy, I guess.
I'm hiding the trophy on my screen.
Ah! This appears to be... Oh, so am I, actually. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. What? Brunoska would never know. He's never won a trophy.
Aww.
I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
Yeah.
Asian-style quivers appear to be comparatively flat. Fair enough. Oh. I would just call it a quiver, I guess. When I saw it, I wouldn't specify the style, but fair enough. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science, so young scientists could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No. No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring trick.
Why do I always start yawning when I play this game? We talk for an hour and it's fine. As soon as the game starts, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, it's not like I'm bored with the game or that I even feel super tired. It's just for some reason. I don't know. It's weird. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. What was that?
You set me off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I feel another one coming now.
No! Must be the music? Maybe. I don't know. Can music make you yawn? I guess it could. Because yawning is infectious, right? If you see or feel someone yawn, you have to do it as well. But not always.
Well, I think it's meant to be if you're it's a sign of empathy if you see someone yawn and then you do it too. So it's a good thing.
Maybe. It's another one. God damn it. And how about you, Mr. Naruto?
Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Do is yawn when you
yeah, so I've been told, yeah. It's very slutty to yawn. See, normally when people talk about sexy stuff, I sigh because they talk about sexy stuff or whatever. Well, not sexy stuff, but like very vulgar stuff. But now I'm sighing because it's the misuse of language. Like it's an entirely different thing. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
Oh.
Aw, Susato's giggling. He's not gonna let that go, is he?
It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
The science trophy has been entered into the court record. A Royal Society trophy forgone by Mr. Drebber.
We
can probably investigate it and see what we can find. What does the sign say? There's a little metal plaque here. Look, a little metal plague. Look.
Plague.
Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
Seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Is that it? Can we open it up?
Oh.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Bizarre.
Oh well.
Okay. Little plane?
What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Naruhodo. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes. But a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course.
Of course.
Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So to you the solution is ever taller towers?
I mean, I guess, yeah. He didn't really have an argument for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Oh.
Well, I mean, they're investigating it. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose chains dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
Yeah, Herlock goes for trickery, and she goes for, like, money or bones for Toby. I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato.
Shall we talk to... Oh.
This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here.
With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute.
Well, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Telling her, like, no for once.
Well, there's no sign of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh, damn.
And... Oh.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? What, did Renosuke not hear it?
Well, I thought I heard a noise. From the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Toby says woof woof.
Right, mind the grease.
Okay, now we're definitely clearing it.
Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. I feel like if they could open up, they wouldn't be thumping
on the door, yeah.
Clomp,
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 clomp. Squeak. Clunk.
I think that was someone running away and then opening another door and closing it.
Oh. Oh my. Someone is in there. Oh, this rotten bleeding lock.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through the...
Click! There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for?
Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! I forgot I was supposed to say yes. Oh dear. There's TNT! What's happening here? What? What is that? Do you see what I'm pointing at?
No. Where are you?
Okay. Now, do you still not see the mouse?
No.
Weird. Behind Susato's head, near her ribbon, there are footprints in the sky.
I guess this must flip over or something?
I guess. What's happening here? Why is everything upside down?
Yeah, I just need to make my camera a bit smaller. Blocking a little bit of...
It's weird that you don't see my mouse and I see your mouse.
Yeah. Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Shut themselves inside the safe. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
There's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Well, then how do you explain the footprints? What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling?
Oh me. What have we here then?
That's the sluttiest thing a man can say.
Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. I was trying to say an hurry there.
An hurry.
An hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what? Oh my god, stop yawning, Rydian. What the fuck?
To that Professor Airbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal.
There is something of great interest in here, too. this rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. Okay. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
What about the bomb? Is that active? Let's check, please.
Okay, first things first.
Yeah.
Check the bomb.
Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Oh, no. Just a bomb that is going to explode in 2 minutes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it. I guess they don't recognize it. They just saw some red sticks with a timer on it. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars with... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb?
Sorry, but... What's a time bomb exactly? Come on, Rinosuke. Surely you can make the connection between the word bomb and time.
Hey.
You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment.
You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
It's just a normal bomb. I see. So that's it.
Goodness. Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. You arrogant son of a gun. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw 2 conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is, without question, completely genuine.
Okay. Please, Mr. Sholmes,
Wait,
you must explain
so
everything.
it is a genuine bomb? Or what?
It's just not a time bomb.
I see. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
He does not look happy.
No, he does not. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea, anyway.
You deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
He just laughed. I don't think that's much deflection, but you're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Sato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted to stand next to the bomb.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. All right, I think you need to do Sherlock's voice now because Runoska's going to talk a lot now.
Oh,
so.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. The game is afoot. Flipped furniture. Conclusion.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. the bed, the table and chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the
Trevor
earth.
made an anti-gravity machine. Yes, totally.
For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state from which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed.
All right. Okay. Great detective, I see.
Missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our head. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Maybe I should have still voiced it, since it's Sherlock and Susato. By inverting the gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. I love it.
The ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape to the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling.
Oh.
Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. Alright, okay. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. So he's gonna go and fiddle with the bomb and activate it. Yeah. And then it explodes. Escaped via the skylight. Well, I think there's a couple of things that maybe was not entirely correct. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. That sounds mean. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge of the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. That is a classic Sherlock Holmes quote, to be fair. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact... Okay. With the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Objection! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you describe, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
I love that when he just stands. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold up, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. But the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the gravity plate of this whole business.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing.
Okay.
Alright, what can we check? So that's inverted furniture.
All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit.
Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think?
I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mrs. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear. Saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Okay.
Can we turn the thing into the upright vase? Ah, that's not upside down. Well, well. I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here. That's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know. That slant little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. But the flowers are thriving. Somewhat makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Not the fact that it's upside down.
Should we...
I mean, we could present it, I guess. But let's check at the safe, I guess. Because that's also not upside down.
Oh, sorry.
Look, Mrs. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up.
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Are they, like, bolted?
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing into the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
I think we have to present the vase, because if that was upside down, it would have, you know...
Take that!
Mitch.
The upright vase, or vase. Do you prefer vase or vase?
I've never known how to say it.
Yeah, is this another English versus American way?
I think so. I think vase is American, isn't it? The vase.
Maybe. Clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
Would you like me to show 'em as it is now between the two of them?
I don't know. We keep alternating him, but Susato's involved as well, so I'll stick with Shums.
Okay.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant there, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Shums, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. Vase. And unlike the large soft, it's vase and soft, right? Vase. There's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I
Pyro?
always find it weird because for me, I say like grass and path. So to have a word that you can't just say like vas always feels weird to say like vase.
I don't know. I've
It's,
streamed some of it a while ago, but
I've never
not
found a
ton,
way
I
that
guess.
it feels right. to
Maybe at some
pronounce
point.
it.
Not sure when.
Face, I guess.
Yeah,
Feels
I mean-
better than vase.
because you don't say like. But then again, it's like path and path, you know,
Yeah.
and ass and ass. So technically, that's spelled differently, but it is basically the same word.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm gonna say vase. for now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
It's a bomb.
You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite! And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
Mm.
Aha! Well, okay. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh, yes. Safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure? No, probably not.
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly, more likely.
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yeah.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Alright, I think that's the one. Let's present it.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. On the boat. Nope. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto? I lost the book. When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. Aha! That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things down in the same place.
Like she does in her book.
Yeah.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my ropes upside. Thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I've proven my point now. Which is that very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylights. Skylight. There's
Well-
two Susatos on the screen.
If a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith into Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Balloon?
Oh, what's that up there on the balloon?
A shoe!
Oh! Bless you.
Maybe he was throwing his shoe up there so that would place footprints. He was trying to trick people into thinking the place was reverse gravity and that he escapes the skylight, while secretly he's hiding inside the safe. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look.
Oh yes, there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Maybe he's trying to break the balloon with the shoe.
Maybe. That's
but
beyond me, I'm afraid.
surely she has something. They have something sharper to break it with.
Surely. Are we presenting the shoe?
I think so.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
For what purpose?
A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah!
It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it.
Oh.
Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. So those were the thuds of throwing these shoes. And then when Gregson was like, "Open up Scotland Yard, baby!" because he's Austin Powers. Baby. Then he just left. Well, how he left, we don't know yet. I'm still guessing stuck in the safe, but I don't. That seems unsafe to lock yourself in there. But maybe it's openable. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole into the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was somewhere we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Shums has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
The
arrows?
Or
the crossbow, yeah.
Oh, is it
just the crossbow itself, I guess, yeah. We just present it.
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
It was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. But the man had only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Bam.
Bam!
What?
A helmet. Some sort of weird look. I guess it's just a helmet in general. What the? A waxwork? Wait,
Oh,
it's the
'cause
head!
was
It's
missing.
the head from the whistling thing. But it's not a head, though. It's just a mask. Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal... Or unless the head is inside the mask. I didn't see one. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Wait a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. But this, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tête, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. That's almost always the case in Phoenix, right? They're all connected somehow.
Is there a way... Oh.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, he is currently hiding inside the safe. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be... the wardrobe of the safe.
The
I don't know how he
guard
fits in
door.
there, but yeah, that's why he needed the safe combination, so... Before we gained access to this
face.
back room, we heard noises from in here. Oh, that was the game sound, yeah. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture they overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Ding!
Has he just been in there listening this whole time?
Yeah, pretty much. Deduction
Just there
complete.
like, I think he got away.
Yeah, I think he's actually gone. You should check the skylight again. Well said, Mr. Drebber. Hey, wait a minute. So, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1.
432582. Remain made a good point that that means he turned the bed over before he tried the chair.
Yes. I might have written it on the bed. Flipped. Maybe it was the wardrobe flip before checking the chairs. Yeah, I knew that. Right then, here goes.
It looked like it was already open because the bolt wasn't.
Yeah, he is in there. You found me. Wow. Well, now.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume.
Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you should have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. What? Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. So it is a bomb! Deactivate?
Your parcel?
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Ah!
Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then.
No!
No!
No, I don't want to. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a killer or help us get killed?
We immediately thought it was a bomb, and he's like, nah, anti-gravity device.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes.
Okay.
Let's have a chat. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trevor.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting.
You Bobby.
When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. So, I imagine you've caught on to the fact that he's keeping using mechanical terms. Like screw and whistle and bolt and click.
Yeah. Whistling?
It's like he's half robot. Ah, that would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
I want that on a t-shirt.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember which furniture I had written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
What a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Like fridges.
Yeah.
So that people don't get stuck in fridges anymore.
Which apparently they did often, yeah. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
That's true. What if it exploded the room and he fell down and then the safe fell on its face? Then he wouldn't be able to get out.
It's true. Very true.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No. That was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Not all of them have great detectives pretending it's an anti-gravity device. Ah. I calculated the time required for the retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly.
Aw, well, that's quite nice.
Yeah, at least didn't want to murder us all. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Yeah, that's true. Nixon just glaring at Sherlock. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition? And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I had been considering carrying it around as protection. After all...
Oh. Is he worried that the professor is gonna get him? So he's saying he's like threatening to reveal who he is or something.
Maybe.
Is it like...
I am curious what he meant about protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Oh, well, yes,
I forgot about her. She was introduced at the end of last stream.
a really strange
She's a very
child
creepy one. Yeah, and she had a child. Yeah, her daughter
that was
or
like,
something.
Mummy, can I cut them up?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Dr. Scythe again. So the forensics investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance. Is it, Dr. Scythe?
Whens? Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? Bet you she's Moriarty.
Oh.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you.
Get out.
Shut up!
Hata.
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. See, you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Damn, alright.
I said get out. Now. All of you. My friend has a snake tattoo that goes down her hand and around her wrist, and it keeps reminding me reminding me of that, but he's called Toast.
Well, I guess they're different people then, turns out. Yeah.
The snake
Turns
is
out your
called
friend is not this character in the game called Scythe.
No.
Yeah. Because the difference, the main difference is the name. So now that that's clarified, we know that.
Unless this snake is called Toast as well.
Ah!
Could be back on.
Yeah. Warrants further investigation, I think.
Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the old workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in it. That this lot disarmed.
You got there in the end. Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes. You did disarm that one.
The time bomb reminds me of a kitty cat because there's this little mouth and there's this nose and these are the eyes. The little kitty cat face.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Hey, what are you? That one? You mean?
Uh-oh. Is there a bomb at the... I was about to say!
I love the 2D chain.
Yeah.
They had that.
Yeah.
They put so much effort into the rest of it, and then they were like, just put a little chain. Those poor bobbies.
It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
What about the bobby?
I hope they're okay. To be continued. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm going to briefly go...
Room?
Yes, I'm going to briefly go AFK before we go. Okay?
Okay. See what the Banuis are up to. Oh. How's everyone doing? Were you expecting a bomb explosion? Well, I guess a few of you know what happened. I for one, do not like the cut of this guy's jib, Mr. Drebber. He seems. Oh wait, no. I think Buncam's unplugged itself again. There is no. I noticed the big play button in the middle. I was expecting a Banui. I'm gonna see. Yesterday it had unplugged itself, so I'm gonna see if it's done. Well, obviously it didn't. Puff unplugged it. I'm gonna see if the same happens again. Sorry that I keep wriggling. I've got an ice pack down my t-shirt. to keep me cool. Kirsty, I'm leaving you in charge. Let Rythian know. If Rythian's chat can hear me, can you let him know I've just gone to... Actually, I'm going to go for a wee as well. Let him know I've gone pee-pee. Be happy. Be happy. Hello? Oh. Oh. Um, Kirsty. Kirsty, thank you for gifting us up to poop. And, Lifelike, thank you for gifting us up to pee-pee. And Farida. I think I have found Bunui. Bunui. Oh, did you all see the picture that Kazuchan drew of Kirsty and I? It's super adorable. I love it so much. I managed to fix the bun cam. Well, I unplugged it and plugged it back in again. It's so cute. I love it too. It's lovely. Look at them being a little bun train.
What are you looking at now? Just the
The
Benuis?
Bunuis.
I shall have to
They're
take a
doing
look
that thing
myself.
of it's boiling hot. Let's squish together as much as we can.
Oh,
Funny logic.
yes, that makes sense. Oh, they are cute. And they
Yeah,
have a
so I
shark
mean,
to help as well.
a blahaj
A
from
blahaj.
IKEA. Does that mean anything in
Yeah,
Swedish?
yeah. Well, first of all, it's blauhaj. And
Oh.
it means blue shark.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I've already
Everyone
forgotten how
seems
you
to
said
be
it.
like so
Blowhigh?
blauhaj, yeah.
Blue high.
No, blow. Like as
Mm.
you could blow BLOW sort of, but you know, but blow high. Blow high.
Blowhigh.
Yeah. Blow high. And yeah, blahaj. Everyone seems so hype about the blahaj, but
Blahaj.
it just means blue shark. That's what it means. It's something
Doesn't
special.
jungle skug just mean forest, jungle forest or
Jungle forest,
something?
yeah, yeah. Jungle forest, indeed.
He's a very good boy.
Yeah. Right, I got some water, and I don't have any flavoring, so I'm just gonna have a little bit of lemon juice.
Jungle skug.
Jungle skug. That's how it's pronounced, basically. Yeah, Jungle skug.
I like looking at the things in IKEA. I sometimes forget that things in IKEA they have Swedish names. And I
Yes,
think it's just like a made up language.
mishmash of things. But no, it's well, it is a made-up language because all languages are made up.
That's true. But I used to like going into IKEA and reading the books and being like, hee hee hee. Look at these words.
These are not
But
real
it
words,
never
but they
occurred to
are.
me it was Swedish.
Yeah. All right. Final trial. I saved again for some reason.
Did you see the picture of Kirsty and I that Kazu-chan drew and put on
Yes,
Twitter?
it was really cute.
Is cute.
Yeah.
We're such a cute couple.
Hold on a minute. Yeah. Cute couple of gal pals, just couple of friends.
Just gals being pals.
Yeah. 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh God.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. They were roommates.
They were roommates. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with their friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then.
Maybe if someone made a mod for Stargy to turn one of the characters into Kirsty, I could marry them.
Oh, Jesus.
Who do you think Kirsty's most like? Probably like Abigail, maybe.
Yeah, Abigail or Maru, maybe. Maybe Maru's a bit too scientific.
One of the big
and too
nerds.
smart. Yeah, well, absolutely nerdy, yeah. Abigail's the obvious one. I think we had that discussion right of who we were most like, right? And you were Leah, I was Sebastian, and Silas was Sam, maybe, or possibly
Kirsty says
Harvey.
she's most like Linus.
Emily, I don't know. Kirsty doesn't strike me as exactly the same type of hippie chick that Emily is. Using all weird crystals and stuff. And Boba was is basically Zinnia or possibly Juliet. So, but they're mods, so they count. Yeah. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake.
My dear fellows, I must interject. Why does he keep on to interrupt him? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning, a miracle. You must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full complement of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her last experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Of interest, if I added a Stardew mod and everyone else didn't have it, would it break or would it be okay?
Depends on the mod. You know when
I found one to turn Harvey into a bear.
It depends on the mods. Some mods, if they're simple replacement, will just make it so that you see it that way and other people don't. But if it gets more complicated with events and the like remember when Boba hadn't deleted Iri, and so that caused some issues, and things like that could happen. So yeah, it depends on the mod. Certain things, like if it's usually like simple portrait replacements or like things looking different, like one of us could like delete the earthy recolor thing if we wanted to, and it would look normal, and it would just look different on both our screens for the most part. But yeah.
Okay. Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Okay, I don't think he is actually... I mean, he's pretty arrogant to fool himself. But I feel like he's doing it to He's doing a thing.
He doesn't want him to be able to say something.
Yeah, he's trying to interrupt Hairbrain or something. Sorry to cut in. Ah, it's Gregson.
Oh, sorry to cut in.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers?
Killed 5 members of the aristocracy.
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quite quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can, in the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. What's happened?
Yeah, something weird is going on. Well done, Professor Hairbrain. This is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he?
No, we're actually changing prosecutors at the very last minute. We're bringing back a classic, Ouchie Pain from Japan. Oh, Trevor. Oh, he meant Trevor. I thought he was talking about Byrock.
I thought so too. I thought he was talking about handsome.
That's not his name.
When Trevor was revealed, I forget who, but someone in chat said he's better looking than Fancy. Would you agree?
I like the sort of
ignoring the racism. Don't let that.
Which is a hard call to make. To be fair, Trevor is probably a murderer and stuff as well, so he's worse. But I would say Barak is probably more handsome. But for me personally, I kind of prefer Trevor, because Trevor has like that style I always thought was really cool. The sort of like thin, almost gangly, like long, weird hair. Sort of like more of a unique look than your classically handsome anime man, you know?
Yeah. So you
I think
admit he's handsome?
Yes, I admit he's handsome. Oh, sorry. It's been on the screen so long, I forgot we hadn't said it.
Yes, we expected the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. He does have creepy doll vibes. He does. He's puppety.
Yeah. He's very, very creepy.
Ooh.
So I wouldn't be the first one I would jump to say like, oh yeah, super handsome, hot.
Oh,
like, not really. But yeah. But I like that style. I think that style is more visually appealing than just, hey, look at me with my standard chiseled jaw and like slightly short but not short hair that is normal color, and but it looks so like random anime character when I look at him. Like he doesn't stand out at all.
Would you agree that the sluttiest thing a man can do is put his foot on a desk?
No. There's so much of that sentence I hate. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial. that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters.
Falling in love.
Finding the truth.
Oh, that was my second guess.
Ugh.
Jerry is fast asleep. He is flumped over. His little
Aw.
face is going.
24th October, 9:30 a.m. The bunny place where Jerry sleeps.
Yay! My happy place. I'd forgotten about the corn girl on the trial.
Oh God, yeah. The weird jury people. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain here present, who stand accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Hey, Kazuma is here. Which, by the way, a complete side story. Complete side story. Turns out Kazuma got amnesia and is now the apprentice for Barak, which all of which makes zero sense. Somehow that's a thing.
That.
Because
the prosecution is.
You know
ready,
why
my
you're
lord.
forgetting it? Because they didn't talk about it. Like they ran into him and it was him all of a sudden. They talked about it for a second and then it's like, anyway, business. Like, bro, it's fucking Kazuma and you just let him go? Like, what? You're so weird. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Seeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Seeks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant.
Fireman said they agreed to leave it until after the trial with the hurry to locate Trevor. That's still so weird to me, though, to be able to just compartmentalize the possibility of him returning. Like, yeah, talk later about it, I guess. It's a weird way to just ignore it entirely, not mention it, not thinking about it, you know?
The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
He's there with his sword just to chop off the campaign. Okay, actually, how did he uncork it earlier?
In the bottle, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. How did he uncork it before? I don't remember seeing the animation.
Yeah,
no,
I think
but so we see either him grab it and pour or grab it and throw. So random leads corked, random leads uncorked, I guess.
Yeah.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves. Couldn't be anyone else. Oh,
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
But she's okay. Kazuma is older than Inosuke, right?
Yeah.
That's something we've decided before.
Oh,
And
wait, is it in the court records? How? Oh no, wait, he wouldn't be in there, would he? Oh,
maybe it's been updated, but probably not. Yeah. But he is. Like, he's definitely older. Yeah. Nine. Yeah, he's definitely older. And we just also decided that, like, Misato is, like, Susato's 16. And, I mean, maybe it's not romantic, or maybe it's just a crush, but she seems so super into Kazuma. And he must be at least 10 plus years older. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Oh, of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and wait, she was more. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. Oh God, the corn girl.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Oh, did I give her a Bristol accent last time? It's been too long since we saw the jury.
Yeah.
Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, done got blown up. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
Wait, what? He's her adopted brother, though? I guess she loves him like a brother. Kazuma was adopted by the Mikotoba family? That was all the way back in case 1 that we found out a little bit about them. I don't remember it being specific. I mean, I'm sure it was, otherwise 9 dragons, 1 apple wouldn't just say it. But I guess that must have slipped me by, that, like, Kazuma was raised by the Mikotoba family or something when his parents died. Okay. Fair? All right. So that's fair enough. So it's like a brother-sister type relationship there. That's why she cares so much. And obviously for Runosuke and Kazuma, it's like best friends. It was what?
An
Why does he have a gun? It's basically pulled. The trigger is basically entirely pulled, if you notice.
Oh yeah.
This is an outrage.
Mutter.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office this evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh, so you can see.
Yeah.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Why is he pointing at us? What do we do?
What did I do?
Blow it up? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. Exclamation mark. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accidents caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Pointing right back.
That's the rule, yeah. You point and then you point back. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Seeks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation.
Wizard.
Hard to pin down, I would say. See the black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before?
You too. I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement?
Confirm?
Confirm?
Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceeding is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But...
What?
We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Witness testimony. Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something had moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin sibling.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. How could you find it? Because we'd already nicked it.
Exactly.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If our hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? He's very Sephiroth in his evil style, aside from the whole robot thing. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
He nods with such effort.
Yeah.
Cram.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harbrine certainly has a mind like no other. I wonder if because his text gets read so often, more than anything else. Wonder if I should do some sort of vocal thing to indicate that.
I think you should shout it.
Not sure about that.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. Where your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. There's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show, blah, 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 blah. Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection.
We just said he wasn't a twin!
But Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Assman had no twin sibling.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
Oh, the demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Assman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Assman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Can I not look at people? Oh, I can't look at people. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Well, what would you say about you being here somewhere? I swear we saw him though, didn't we?
I think we just thought he must be there because of the crossbow bolt.
Yeah, wasn't there another picture? Maybe I'm making stuff up.
Oh, did we?
Oh, we never read this, yeah. Okay, well that's not a lot. That's literally all there's to it.
Just that the death was confirmed.
But this is Courtney Stevens. And her name is Courtney Scythe. Huh. I wonder if it's the same person. I mean, what are the odds this dude Courtney's? In real life, not too bad, but in the game...
Yeah.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not.
Nine Dragons One was saying, now we're using fingerprints. I thought they are not acknowledged by the judicial system yet. True, they aren't. But I imagine it's still information, even though I think it's information we can't establish as evident in the trial as such. I don't think we can use that as a baseline for evidence. But it is existent as a new technology that we can use based on figuring out stuff.
Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken...
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principle it relies on? To be fair, that's how we build IKEA furniture.
Yeah.
We just follow the instructions. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principle it relies on, aren't you?
No.
A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than genuine science, we will still have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor's an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling toward the rubber? Okay. We've pressed everything. What the percent then?
Do we have the burned blueprints, or were they not collected?
No, annoyingly they weren't collected, which I don't understand why.
Okay. Does he only have one eye? Did he lose an eye? I can't remember. Or is it just a weird thing that he's wearing?
I mean, we don't know. It is a monocle
I
of
can't
some
remember
sort.
what his backstory was. Not that it's relevant right now.
We'll find out something.
Uh,
What about...
the science was the machine was built on was flawed.
I don't know where to go from here, honestly.
Okay, what are all the statements?
Well, what about... Yeah, okay, let's go through them. So, meeting the young professor 1 year ago through introduction, that seems fine. I don't see any
there's
problem.
nothing-
Yeah. Provided me the blueprints and constructed the machine. No trick. Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously he could be lying, but nothing jumps out at this one.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we would have required a body double tell me that the victim of a twin. And we know it didn't. And we can't present people, so...
Yeah.
All the specters saw the breakage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the tower. I mean, I feel like it has to be this picture. I don't know about this one, but...
Can we inspect the new picture that we got of the after the explosion?
Probably. Oh no, it's not one of those. We can't inspect, we can just move it around.
Little keyhole. Can we put it on the keyhole?
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh, that is bad, actually.
No. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Can we look at the whatchamacallit, the cage?
I think we did, because I scrolled around and we have some of these.
But
Some
there's-
check marks.
If they're saying that he broke his neck because he fell head first, why is it broken at the bottom?
True!
Is it that maybe?
Crash head first, and then we present the cage and show that it's broken at the bottom. Because it's
Yeah.
not broken where the head is.
Yeah.
In fact, this thing are fine. That's a good call. I pressed the wrong thing.
Also, I have a strange feeling. This is probably completely wrong. But do you reckon he fired the screwdriver using the crossbow bolt? And that's how it started.
Wow.
That's how burst the balloon. This is probably, but you know when something feels ridiculous, but then you realize it's in the
It could
Phoenix
be.
Wright world, and you're just like, could work.
Yeah. One second. Niles asked me a question an hour ago. I had to respond to him. All right. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but like, the crossbows aren't designed to shoot anything, right? Like, they're designed to shoot
Yeah.
arrows that are designed to go down in the lane. And to be able to have the aim to use a crossbow and shoot a screwdriver to hit,
That's true.
it's
That's
not
true.
impossible, but weird, you know?
I just wonder if maybe he wasn't meant to die. But then again, his neck was broken. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet onto the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. Don't call
I
me
agree.
Shirley.
The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be.
Thank you, Judge.
The judge is always the best. He just states the most obvious things. That's not left. That's not left at all. It's right. So like, yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah.
Why was half of that highlighted?
Yeah, because when other words are highlighted, when other people speak, it's like when it's something special that they maybe put a little
Yeah.
bit of an emphasis on. But Drebber has read all over, and yeah, like now is halfway through a word. So
Rufus says the judge just wants to be involved. It must be boring listening to everyone else talk all day.
probably.
Either that or
Probably.
he's doing that thing. You know when you're listening to a conversation you don't really understand and you're just like, yeah, oh, the shoes, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're
He just
listening to all
wants be
conversation.
involved,
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah, and the music was really loud. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness. Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
But multiple witnesses report claim it fell headfirst.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters.
I love how they put in Susato and or Iris to be like the imperial to metric translator every now and then.
Yeah.
So I don't know about Americans necessarily when they hear metric measurements. If they sort of quickly get, oh yeah, that's about that much. I know roughly how much that is, right? But for someone who's grown up with metric and learned of the imperial measurement while, reading, seeing, watching, I roughly know how much a feet is, how much a yard is. Like, I might not remember the exact numbers in my head, but I roughly know how much they are. So if someone says like, "Oh, 60 feet," I like, yeah, 60 feet. I don't need like specifically the game saying, which by the way is 18 meters, just in case you couldn't sort of visualize that in your head. But I mean, it's good that it exists. What's that?
If people say things in yards, I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say yard is the one I don't know the most, but I do think it's shorter than a meter. I think. No, it's more than a meter. No, it's shorter because a 100-yard dash is less than a 100-meter dash.
Okay.
I think.
Or longer.
Or longer.
I think
it is less or more. No, but I think it's longer.
But not the same. That's the important.
Yes, indeed. It's like almost a meter, while a mile is 1,609 meters. So that's basically 1.6. And obviously,
Yard is roughly 90 centimeters. Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. It's just under a meter. And then we have feet, which is 30 centimeters. So you can roughly times 3, but a little bit more. So in this case, 60 feet. Oh well, times 3, 20, a little bit less, 18.
Yeah. I grew up learning things in meters because that's how we used to have the yard, not the yard, the meter sticks at school, the ones that clicked every meter, and that's how you go, you'd be sent out to measure the school field or something with a meter stick.
Okay.
But then when I started doing camera stuff, all the lens measurements were in feet, so that's how I just had to learn everything in feet, so that's why I sort of know both.
See, distance-wise, I roughly understand, though I obviously still would prefer meter. Where it all flies entirely out the window is weight-wise. Once you start throwing around ounces and stones, I'm out. That's just... I don't want any of that. I can mostly understand pounds, because I think it's like 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds or something like that. That's... Yeah. I can fine with that. That's fine-ish. But ounces, and then they say like some fluid ounces, and then it's like stone. Stone is the worst one to me, I think.
I don't understand pounds measurement when it comes to people. So every time the wrestlers are introduced and they're just weighing in at 230 pounds or something, I'm just like, I don't know what that means.
All I know is 220 pounds. So 220 pounds is used to be the limit for cruiserweight. If you're over 220 pounds, you're no longer a cruiserweight. And 220 pounds is 100 kilogram exactly. So that is roughly what I remember it around. So more than that is more than cruiserweight. Less than... But obviously, in professional wrestling, who cares? Like, it's fake. Like, literally, they lie about weights all the time, to introduce
That's
someone.
Why I like Orange Cassidy.
What is he introduced as?
He's introduced as from wherever, weighing whatever.
That's good. That's good.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, and the ensuing Deflagration. Deflagration. Deflagration?
Yes.
Deflagration. Blaze Nation. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Also, what's worse is ton and ton is not the same thing. Why are there two different things called ton? That's
Wait,
so
what?
stupid.
As
Yeah.
in T-O-N-N-E and
And
T-O-N?
T-O-N.
Are they
They're
different?
different, yeah.
Oh.
It's really dumb. Which is why sometimes people say metric ton.
Oh, I did not know that.
I
know
think it's
that
really
cups
stupid.
are different because I've been caught out before when I've been doing recipes,
Yeah.
and it's an American recipe, and I've done American cups, and then I have too much of all of those things because for some reason American cups are slightly bigger than British cup when it comes to baking, and I'm just like, oh no.
It's weird, honestly. It's very weird.
Very confusing.
It's not like cups. I don't know. Like my main problem, right? Like with all of the imperial measurements, is that, like, I understand where it came from, right? Like a feet, roughly a feet. Like a yard is roughly the length of a yard, and you know, like stone. But these days there are many different sizes of feet. There are many different sizes of stone. You know, there's a whole bunch of that stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. Yes. Objection! But the victim's neck was broken.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. It's like Popeye.
Yeah. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what was motivating Lord Van Zee. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I love how no one has commented on the fact that he has a goddamn robot hand that can screw his monocle. No one said a word about the man having a functional robot hand in the beginning of the 19th century.
Yeah.
Jeez. Or wait, no, the 20th century. Because this is 1901 or something, right? So yeah. Ah, nearly had him there. He's just constantly doing the robots. It's just a fancy glove? I don't know, man. Could be, but... The kinesis clearly took place, because there is nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
Lon.
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total different distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant. I don't know what that word is. A trench coat. Scientific analysis. Dear me. Every time I hear it explains, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. Oh, the yes is red. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes.
Oh, it's an ant in a trench, apparently. A trench ant.
I see, yes. That makes entirely
Makes
all
sense.
the... Hold on a minute.
Checks out.
There was nowhere else 30 feet high from the birdcage you've fallen from. Well, what about the other balloon? This one.
Vigorous or incisive in expression or style. Enchantment.
Objection.
Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it? No, you're odd. Lol, 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 lol. They're always so
Got
mean.
him.
They're always so mean. It's just like one thing wrong.
I love that we've like proven Van Ziek's wrong in multiple trials at this point, and every
Yeah.
time it's just been sustained, and then we say something silly, and he's just like, "You're a dumb lawyer.
You're the
for
worst. You're the
stupid."
dumbest thing ever. How are you so dumb? We're sending you back to Japan. You were wrong. You said one thing wrong. We're the worst. Like, oh my god, please.
4 more of those, and you're out forever. You lose
Yeah.
the trial. I don't care.
I don't care who's a murderer. You said 4 wrong things. Get out. Lost cat. I mean, there was no other way than 30 feet up that he could have fallen. I thought... What about this? It could have fallen here. The birdcage was here, and then it fell. Of course, then it wouldn't have... no, because that happened recently, and we found the birdcage. That wouldn't have made sense. Because we found the
Yeah.
birdcage... earlier. Fallen from. 30 feet higher than the
Unless-
Crystal Tower.
Unless it's
Yeah.
all one big tube, and it fell down the middle, and it whooshed all the way back up to the top of the Crystal Tower.
Yeah. Just like... wee.
That's how they did it. That was the trick.
A big tube.
Big tube.
What about this? Can we present a cloth?
Objection.
Nope. Oh, there. Well, how about maybe this thing is good? No, you suck. Why are you so bad? Overruled. Get out. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Am I on the wrong track here? There's nowhere else you
What
could
is
have fallen
it?
from. I'm thinking, well, the balloon, right? But
Did
that's
we
two
show
things
the
I presented
picture
now.
of the poppin balloon?
Picture of the what?
Like the balloon, the crossbow bolt heading towards it.
This was the one I presented first. That they said I was
Okay.
dumb, and I should get thrown back to Japan.
What is the other? What's the next sentence?
This is the one that just appeared. That he added. This one is this one.
Maybe it is the hole.
I feel like it
And how
probably
would it
isn't.
get from there to there?
It's worth a try, I guess.
Objection.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Hey, but maybe this is also weird and bad. Maybe. No, you're bad and weird. Uh-oh. Cheers for the raid, Thomas Roshi. I am a little bit at a loss here. What we could possibly present.
Nowhere else 30 feet for the birdcage to have fallen from. Oh, yeah, maybe it is that one. Maybe we
just
could say...
from up here?
Yeah.
Because if this is 30 feet, then this would also be 30 feet. And then the balloon is like up here 60 feet.
Objection.
It was this.
Oh.
See, I was looking at this earlier and I was like, can it be so easy? But then just like dismissed it. But I probably shouldn't have, I guess. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. Why won't it let me show it higher up? Help? Okay, now I'm... Am I just supposed to...
Can
click?
you, like, click and drag it? Or...
I don't think so. No, I can't. A balloon?
Would have to be the other balloon, wouldn't it? Wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Can you?
I really feel like I should be able to go higher up, but it won't let me.
Oh, yeah.
There's no buttons I can press to... Huh. I guess the only option there is balloon?
Yeah.
Take that!
If it had fallen from here... Oh, that's not good.
Oh, no.
The birdcage would have plummeted to the same 30-foot distance.
You're a big dummy. That's dumb.
You're dumb and stupid and bad.
If that's my learned friend's claim, I suggest he demonstrates for the court personally.
Huh? You may consider this a parting gift, counsel. Oh my god.
I was dunking on him.
Yeah. I feel like I've just hit the deck from 30 feet up away now. Don't give me recourse to make the next fall from 60 feet up, hmm? You will indicate the place to which you are referring. The same diagram. Okay, we're saving just to be safe. We're down to 1 life now. Jeez. Yeah, it zooms in. Why does it zoom in? Like, I wanted to show that up.
Does it want us to say the platform? Like the thing that...
Oh, maybe it goes from here to here.
Well, I was
But the
thinking
birdcage was
from-
found here, though.
I was thinking, are you right in like it falling down in the middle of the thing? Like in the machine itself?
I guess.
But I don't have
But it was
much
found
faith.
here, though. From where it could have
Yeah.
fallen 30 feet. Well, the only location that is 30 feet down is here.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Me
Take
too.
that!
Oh no.
Oh no,
Oh no.
we've lost. Well, you couldn't say, so we're gonna execute Terrorbrain. Goodbye.
Take him out and shoot him now.
Kill him. No further analysis is necessary. Kill him. Guilty! 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 Okay, before we see that, let's just look. What the hell? Where does it mean then? I can't do anything. What about just there?
Take that!
Nope.
I say try the machine just in case.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
'Cause
there
we
must be.
did-
I don't understand what's going on, but there must be something to do with those hatches. that
Yeah.
open.
Yeah. But see, that was my reasoning. Aha! I fell through the hatch. But
But then how does it
but
get
then
up
it was found here though. So if it
Yeah.
fell through there, how was it found here? But yeah, all right.
Take that!
Yeah, it was the machine apparently. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. Though what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. So, I mean, this is like... I feel like we well, maybe, yes, but I also remember early on, we said like, yeah, there's going to be a hole. Because again, we kept referring to this as to the Prestige. And not to
Yeah.
spoil the Prestige, one of the earliest trick they ever make is basically having someone falling through. And then just to make them appear to disappear. They fall through the stage. So that's
Yeah.
something we talked about very early on. But eventually, like, the more it came out, like, oh, but it appeared over there in the Crystal Tower. Now, so what I'm assuming then there is that there's two bird cages. You know?
Yeah.
There's one bird cage with Asman inside on that place. And then he falls through there. While then there's another bird cage with a person inside it from the balloon. So I wanted to show, aha, look, balloon, you know? But yeah, anyway.
Yeah. I am confused.
Yeah, go on, council. So I don't know. Like, I feel like I knew there was a hole in the stage, but I feel like how are we already jumping to that part? You know? But yeah, it turns out the experimentation was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground at the balloon above the crash site. Not exactly though, but fair enough. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Oh, of course. You fall down. And then they just stand there? At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance as in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ah!
Objection!
He makes robot shifts and positions. Okay, it's time for drinks again.
Pinky poos. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument, slowly but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water.
Much like how this glass fails to hold wine because I crush
How I
it.
smashed it.
Yeah.
On 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection.
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
Ah!
And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? Sorry, Rinosuke. Do you know what game series you're in? Yes. It's not enough for you to make one person innocent. You have to do the police work, the investigation, the interviewing of witnesses. You have to do the actual defending. You have to investigate and accuse the actual enemy. You basically need to be the prosecutor himself. You have to clarify a motive, means, opportunity, all on your own, with no help from anyone.
Crime. You have to solve the crime.
Ideally, yes. Yeah. And to be honest, he has been accused of a couple, so...
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Six?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
Imagine making all contracts like that these days. It's like, I want to do a brand deal. You want to do a brand deal? Yeah, okay. Play my game. All right, let me get, $200. That's fair. But can we note in the contract that this will only happen if both you and I are alive at the end of the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Deal. Nice. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Assman was the professor. That's what I'm guessing.
But the professor was executed.
Off the mask, but he raised from the grave.
Oh, I see.
And he saw him, and then he tried to take him out again in an elaborate scientific experiment.
So, Drebber was the guy who saw the professor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Originally long ago.
And And that explains the
So-
broken neck. Yeah, because he's already been hung to death.
Yeah,
before,
exactly. He's
so-
already dead. He's a zombie. Now, also, this is the person. Thank you, Nine Dragons, One Apple. This is the person who said, "Oh yeah, I had death confirmed on hanging. Hanging will break your neck."
Yeah.
Listen, your silly theory might be onto something, honestly. Um, Also, because Courtney Scythe is involved, and she was the one, assuming Courtney Stevens and Courtney Scythe is the same person, which I think is a fair assumption to make.
Yeah.
That pretended that he was dead or something. But okay, how did Mr. Asman walk around with a broken neck, though?
What if there is no Mr. Assman? There's only
was
two
only-
Mr. Professors, and he's the professor's twin brother, and they dug him up and they put one in a bed cave.
But it's been clarified multiple times that they are the same person.
Oh, yeah.
Unless they're
I
just
don't
going to say,
know.
psych, no, then I'm not following that logic, sadly. Because we've been working on that. What if there were two of them? You know, what if they were similar?
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely doesn't have a twin. Well, maybe he just really looked like the professor. Maybe that's why the professor's body was taken. Maybe that's why the professor had to be placed there. Maybe that's why we still haven't seen the face. Obviously, like, there's gonna be something special once we finally see the professor's face. Like, they're not.
Yeah.
He's not gonna look like some rando. Like, otherwise the game wouldn't have bothered to hide it. So
Yeah.
the real question is like, oh man, will he look like Odious Man? Where's Odious Man? Oh, there's Odious Man. Will he look like that? Is that the professor? Because we also have
Mm,
the Odious Man. Unless that's the professor.
I
Who was-
guess the
or the-
murders
but
were
this
a long
is-
time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 10 years ago. So that would have been a very well preserved walking corpse at that point.
Yeah.
Well, we have our theories, I guess, but yeah. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Venseeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. All right, let's take a read on that. It's true. The investigator, Mr. Odiasman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Treber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Treber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants and or other income. Mr. Treber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. O as man and E Treber. Yeah, I didn't get a ton of new information from that. If Treber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage up to the stage with the one at the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were two bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
Ah,
So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Narrowholder. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. I knew it. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It is impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Magic.
And we all know magic is not allowed in today's society. It is banned.
If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trevor had an accomplice, or even if it really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Trevor have an accomplice, or not? Absolutely. The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. It's Courtney Scythe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know that, but that's immediately my gut decision. Like, she's involved here.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I'm just thinking about it as a story. You wouldn't just introduce her randomly as a character and be suspicious and stuff and then not have her be part of it. But and also have like her name show up twice in the things. I think it definitely is her.
Yeah.
And she would have the ability to go and check. She's part of the forensic investigations team. She can go there and check and switch and do everything. So somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But who's the coroner? Then you can lie. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. In fact, 5 of them and 1 more. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice? I think it already autosaves in positions like this, but I'll save anyway, just in case.
Just think.
It's Susanna Mikatova! It's Iris. It's Herlock Sholmes. It's Male Strongheart. It's Odious Man. I mean, it could be odious as man, of course, but again, no reason to kill him as such. Why would he why would he want to kill himself?
Yeah.
If it's
and
not...
he wanted to fake his death for the money.
Exactly, yeah. Like, if it's not Courtney Scythe, it's him. Like, because then...
That's who I was thinking when he said.
Then he's faking his death, you know? He's not actually dead. They brought in the professor or whoever to be the dead person or something. But I think the outside shot is it's Courtney. I think that'd be hella cool.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now? It's a little late for that.
Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me.
I'm sure it will be all right, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. That's like when they say your spiders are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Yeah, of course they are. We're fucking massive and we can kill them by stomping on them. Absolutely, they should be more afraid of us. But, you know.
Chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling. I don't know. I've said this before, but I'm chill with spiders as long as they're chill with me. But they do have to stay out of my way, pretty much. All right, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough because I interrupted when you were about to say. Your answer, Counsel, now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the places are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
Head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
So she's the one who can lie and say that, oh yeah, definitely the same person. Oh yeah, she could lie, she could fake the coroner report and anything. So yeah. Plus, she's just creepy enough to fit in with Drebber, aren't they? You know?
Yeah.
Like, they definitely seem like they could be a couple. Including their
like
child.
Team Rocket vibes or something.
Yeah. Except less comedic and a lot more creepy, you know? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigations team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened in the following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Like a corn-eating girl.
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem?
Oh my word. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
Except a certain waxwork statue of the professor. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body sample was revealed? Present evidence, I guess. And we show the head, the waxwork head.
Yeah. I'd love to see this happen in a real court. Just how mad.
It's just crazy, yeah. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? Oh, I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think having relevant evidence, present it now. Oh, if you think you have the relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses could have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact...
It's all right, Mr. Naruhoda. you're ready for just sting yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Wait, we have it in the courtroom, just standing there? Like, we're literally right there? Why do we have it there? Why is this here already?
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. No! A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team is an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxwork?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
Can I just point out that this entire time, Van Zieks has had to do this with a waxwork of the person who murdered his brother just in front of him casually.
Just chilling right there in the middle of the courtroom. Why was that there? I mean, I understand that Drebber was already involved in that case. Fine. But were they just thinking, we'll keep that here as well for the other part of the trial, or what?
Yeah, we'll try him for this afterwards.
Just keep it there.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reasoning is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. It's time for summation examination.
Yeah.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will stake your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty!
She holds up her corn. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime with which he is charged. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is the most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture.
Using someone without rights evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Why is there a child on the jury?
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity and suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. I wonder how long we've got left of this case, because we've been streaming for 4 hours now. So it's getting a bit long. But on the other hand, if there's only a little bit left, it would kind of be weird to start next stream with this. But on the other hand, like, if we start next stream with this and finish it sort of halfway through, we could just start, we could just do a puzzle or play some Plate Up or play one of the other games we were having on the docket, I guess.
We do definitely have at least an hour, if not a couple.
Okay, plenty left. Yeah, I mean, I could probably go at least an hour more, but like it gets a bit much, and you know, Fireman says it'll be a very long stream if you go till the end of the case. Okay, well,
yeah, it feels like a good point to break, because then if we do go on and then do get tired.
Yeah, exactly. Because then we get longer, and then we'll end when it's only 20 minutes left or something. That's even worse. So
yeah.
So maybe this is a decent place to call it, and then we'll continue next week, and then hopefully we'll end it next week. Hopefully, and if it turns out we end it early, we can just do some other stuff until we're done. We do have another game we just got given keys for that we do want to play as well. So that'll probably be in the break before the next case of Ace Attorney. Either way,
I know it'll probably only be us streaming next Friday because everyone else is going to be at
true.
TwitchCon.
Very true.
Schmoozing and boozing.
Exactly. Well, we will do neither schmoozing or any boozing. Oh, I mean, I guess we could. We could buy some booze and then find a random person
Every
to
time they
schmooze.
say objection, to take a shot.
Yeah. Oh God, we're gonna be very hard to figure stuff out towards the end then, probably. Yeah. But okay, in that case, I guess we call the stream there for today. Heading towards the end of this case. This case is long, but it's been made even longer by the fact that we've taken a couple of breaks in the meanwhile, you know?
Yeah.
Which is yeah. Oh, there's way more than an hour left. Okay. Good. Yeah, cool. I'm really enjoying it though. Like I think this is probably my
weird
favorite.
one.
That's probably my favorite case so far. I get the feeling that the next one is going to be the best one, which is the last one. Because that's
Yeah.
usually how it works, where it builds up. And the more it's built up, the more characters and more pre-existing world lore it can work based on, which is really great, I think. It's pretty cool. I really enjoyed this one. Oh yeah, and there are small additional cases. Are they playable cases, or are they just mostly cutscenes? I guess not a huge difference in this game, I suppose. But there is, yeah, special content.
Oh.
There is the escapades, right?
Escapade.
Short extras. Yeah, that could be fun to do, I think.
Yeah.
There's probably less investigation, but a little bit of story. We can. So we have. So if it turns out like we finish it, we can always do one small one, maybe, or something like that. Which reminds me, I have to play the DLC case for Spirit of Justice, which I still haven't done. Should do that. Cool. Cool. Well, that's it for us today then. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope you had a lovely time. We'll be continuing this next week when everyone else is Twitch conning. We'll be lawyer conning. Maybe not. So hopefully we'll see you there. As well as, of course, more both of us on Stardew Thursday.
Hey, I'm gonna have such a good think about who I want to marry / adopt / roommate. So I did find out you can become roommates with apples as well. That is
that's
an option
cool.
to just adopt apples.
That's pretty great.
But my worry is that I don't want to miss out on all of these like extra date things, because that's why I was asking you last night if I get extra stuff with Krobus if I like roommate him.
So the thing about the date night mod, right, is that most of them are generic dates, which Boba and Silas have done a couple of already. There are special dates for Alex, Emily, Haley, and Maru. Apparently, they have special dates, which is one each, I think. That is like unique for them. Other than that, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different quote-unquote generic dates.
Yeah.
I haven't done them myself, so I don't know. But I would imagine the dialogue is pretty generic, though probably a bit specified for them. Otherwise, it would be a little bit weird. But I don't know. Then again, there's dialogue for Sophia in it, so yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was thinking like, if I married one of like the new ones, would they have added that in yet? If it's like Linnea or Gabriel or
exactly. The mod just says like, it's compatible with a bunch, but it says all custom spouses will ask you on dates and attend the dates as expected. But but that's specifically Stardew Valley expanded. But it says other custom spouses should be fully compatible with all custom spouses, including SVE and RSV. As of update 1.2, all mods that make vanilla characters romanceable are fully compatible as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So you should be able to get dates, but apparently not. And this was the thing with apples and Krobus, you don't go on dates because they are roommates rather than spouses.
Yeah. See, part of me was tempted to just go back to Harvey, the one that got away last time.
Yeah,
go with him. But then Maru wind up. But she go off and do
Maru can find someone else.
Yeah,
exactly. Which I want to figure out who we should set to married mode for the life cycles, because we've seen a bunch of events with a bunch of them now, I think. And at some point we should see about changing some of them to like, okay, they've dated enough, let's make them married. So basically what it works is that first they date for a whole time, and then once you're done, once you've completed all the events, you just change the setting from dating to married. I think you then get to see the marriage, maybe.
Aww,
yeah, optional wedding event.
Cute.
Yeah, optional wedding event, optional living together version, which I think is not everyone, but yeah, some of them have family, so they get to live together and have babies. That's cool.
I wonder where they go to? Like.
Well, either they
would-
move in, but there used to be. There is for one pairing, Penny and Sam. There's like a side area next that you have to install called Aetheri Corner or Athenary Corner, which I don't think
Okay.
currently is installed, but yeah.
That'd be cute
Yeah.
though. I
Yeah.
reckon like Leia and Elliot getting married would be cute because I feel like they've known each other so long.
Yeah.
It's been in the offing for a while.
Yeah.
I like how Stardew has this like the sentences you find yourself saying that would be wildly inappropriate to say if it was real people.
Yeah.
Just being pushy, like, you know.
They should
"Let's
get married, I think.
now."
Yeah. Yeah. There if none of the current NPCs get your fancy, I mean, we could always add even more, to be fair.
No,
There are
there's
limits.
already too many options.
There's already too
That's
many,
my
yeah.
problem. Well, I guess the
Yeah.
problem I have is that so I've already like discounted everyone who I think is now like as soon as we put that mod in, I was like, I've paired them off in my head now. I respect
Yeah.
that. I'll leave them
Yeah.
to their thing. So then I guess I mean it does leave Victor. He's a good egg.
Yeah, particularly because
Um,
if you were gonna make like a pairing like that, Victor and Sophia were the ones I paired together. But now Silas has taken Sophia.
Yeah. What
So-
if he comes to the farm and then we're off doing farmer stuff and they're left alone on the farm together?
Oh, and there's no one else to do, and it's a hot day, and they're feeling lonely, and they
No.
just go take a bath. That's what they
I did get probably too much amusement from running around asking everyone out the other day.
do. Yeah,
Just being rejected.
literally everyone, non-stop.
Is this a joke? I don't understand.
Yeah. Oh, I'm having a great time with Stardew. I really want to continue for a while, but I can feel that it is heading towards the end, but I still feel like there's a ton I could do personally. I
I
don't
worry
know.
that the other two of maybe I think it's whoever gets married first maybe runs out of things first.
Yeah, because
that
they
tends
did their
to be
thing.
the
It's like,
way.
okay, now what? That's why part of the reason I haven't, because I don't know, I still feel like there's stuff I can do, you know? Silas at this moment
Yeah.
is like, okay, gotta find a project. And he makes like, the latest project is like the most boring project, just make money. But, you know, like it's at least something. To me, it's like there's so
Yeah.
many quests, so many people to talk to, so many new things to try. Like, it's cool. Yeah. But I should get them. They need to do more of the actual Stardew Valley expanded stuff, like all the Marlon quests, all the wizard quests,
Yeah.
and get the warp nexus going and stuff. Because I feel like most of what they've done has been standard Stardew stuff with some new NPCs, and I'm like, bro, there's so many quests added as well, and events and things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
becoming an adventurer and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Like doing the quest where you escort Gunther in the mines and things, like that's cool, you know, like yeah. But so yeah, I'm hoping that they can keep their interest, and if they do start feeling a little bit like they're done, I mean, yeah, fair enough, so they're done, but I'm gonna try to like remind them of cool things they still haven't done that they could do.
Yeah.
Because for the longest time, like Boba said, like I'm just sort of just flirting with everyone and sending gifts to everyone. That's mostly what I'm doing. You know, like yeah, that's fun. But there are more things
Yeah.
to do. But you don't have to do everything, I guess. I just like doing everything because I feel like I installed all the mods for a reason. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. It will have to end at some point, but
No.
until it's gone, I'm happy it isn't gone yet because I really like Thursdays. Thursday Stardew nights are fantastic.
Yeah.
Right.
it's been
But that
good.
is us for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We're done. See you next week for Stardew and more Eternity Chronicles. I will be streaming tomorrow on the main channel.
Oh, you've
if you
got
wanna
a
take look
friendo,
at that-
haven't you?
Yes.
Nice.
Pretty sure I can just reveal what it is now. Me, Silas, Nelsie, and Bree are going to be playing The Quarry as a group of 4.
Oh.
DVD
Okay.
group returning, doing some Quarry playing.
Nice.
It looks super fun. I've heard it's really, really cool. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm playing through it at the moment with some friends, and it's
It's really
I mean,
scary.
I get the giggles every time. Basically, when you have a decision to make, it just does like a
Mm.
slow-mo zoom in on the people's faces, and it makes me laugh every time.
Well,
So you can enjoy
that's a
it.
good sign. It's a good sign. Yeah, and then on Sunday, I'm doing D&D. Actually, I had to move my own D&D on Saturday because this stream is at the same time, so it's gonna be mostly Saturday. And Sunday, I'm running my own D&D, and then Monday, new week. Monday, new
Nice.
week. Have a lovely time, everyone. See you when we see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. Let me throw you somewhere. Speaking of, Naz is playing the Forgotten City. Hell yes. Go say hi to Nilesy, and I will see you tomorrow with Nilesy. Bye, everyone.